Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassers. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Thank you, God, for my life. Thank you, God, for reuniting our family. Jesus, in your name I pray for a very peaceful and beautiful day. I pray to be reunited with my kids. And I pray that I'm able to provide for them and take care of them and give them what they deserve. And give my family what they deserve and take care of myself and take care of my community. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Oh, fuck.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sing for Peace. This will be your and your stage. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Oh. Yeah, you see, when I see it like this, I think to myself, "Oh, wait a second. Maybe I could wake up at 5. Maybe I could wake up at 5. I don't know if there's even a point now to wake up at 4, unless I woke up at 4 for the purposes of doing work earlier. And I got like my most important work done, physical work done at the beginning of the day, and then I spent the afternoon doing content, right? I spent the next part of the morning doing content. That's a possibility too. Actually, might be not such a bad idea, actually. That may be the only reason why you would now, right? Because to spend an hour and a half, I just took iboga. I just took iboga. So I don't need to necessarily, I don't feel, anything is coming up. Maybe I can anchor in some stuff. But either way. All right. Thanks, God, for this water. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. Thank you, God, for this blessed, holy, and sacred water. Bless this water. And bless this holy water for my greatest and highest good. I manifest the resources to take care of my family and community. I am a peaceful, loving person. I am a great father. I'm a great partner. I'm a great lover. I'm a great husband. For every dollar that leaves my bank account, I receive 10 back. For every subscriber I lose, I receive 10 more. And so it is. Thank you. Thanks, God. I'm one with God. I'm one with all that is. I am enlightened. Thank you. That's pretty early. Like, if you think about it now. Again, the sun is about to come up in a few minutes anyway. All right, so where am I here? What is my objective here? Oh, right. What is that called? What is it? Social Blade? I think so. Yeah. Oh, that's probably what he did. Right. That's very likely what it is. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Whoa. Damn, I don't even show. I don't even show up on this thing. uh, hmm, interesting. I'm trying to see my like live subscriber count thing. There we go. There we go. Oh, but how does he do it where he sees his live subscriber? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I do not know. I thought I knew, but I don't. Whatever. Let's see here. This is right. Let's check this out here. Oh, they actually applied it still. Yeah. That's cool. All right, I gotta share this. It's very interesting. I'm watching a AI uh one of these AI videos, and this is holy shit, this is really good.
Between you and I honestly couldn't stand her myself when I first got here.
You say first got here like you've been here for a decade.
Almost.
These these are legitimately not real people.
Two, actually.
Ticket number 1023. Soaps. That's new. I like that.
My mother used to make them when I was younger.
Oh my god, man! But like all the detail in this is just incredible. But you see, that's where this shows me like creating content is not going to be the secret sauce, especially when someone can create it at scale. So I really do think that, you know, if the whole thing now is going to be to build a personal brand, if that's the direction of a lot of people, then clearly at some point, you know, that's also going to become saturated, and that's no longer going to be the thing. For right now, that might be the thing, but that may not be the thing moving forward. I don't know. I don't see how that's going to work out long term. And this is already 2026. So within a matter of like 2 or 3 years, AI has advanced so much where it was creating like these sloppy, like Sora was creating these like very sloppy renderings, to now it's like doing this like it's nothing. So I don't know. I just do not see how that's going to work long term.
Oils, butter, a few other things. On the shelf out the door.
Thank you for everything.
Margaret was her name. 37 years.
You must...
37 years. Name. Margaret was her name. 37 years.
You must be joking. She was here for that long?
All to make some soap, no less.
If you don't mind me asking, what is it you're hoping for?
Minced beef pie. Seed cake, maybe a jam pie.
Please tell me you're not waiting 20 years just to fill your belly.
I'm one of the few who prefers an oven to the takeaway. Bernard's baked goods.
I hope to be a writer. A few good pens is all I need.
Well, when you need a place to pen your thoughts, I'll have a pie waiting.
Here's a question for you. Margaret, when she left, they called her number, sure, but the door didn't appear to be locked or anything. Couldn't we just leave?
It's in those papers Sylvia handed you earlier. We wait for our number to be called.
Ancient beasts who rise up from beneath the mountains. A woman, stuck in space. Or, hell, this very room we're in right now. These are the stories I want to tell. And I can't wait 20 years. So if the guard in front of the door stops me, then so be it. But I'd rather deal with whatever hell he gives me than rot away wondering what if.
And if you step out of line, you lose your place. And you don't get it back.
That's just a risk I'm willing to take.
I'm sure there's a message in that one. That's a really interesting AI generated short film.
I know you're only doing your job, but I'd respectfully like to leave.
That's really interesting. That's incredible. Yep, that was really good. That was really good, man. Oh, man. Question is, how you gonna, how would I continue with that? I don't know. I do not know. Hmm. How is that even possible? Hold up a second. Let me share this.
Is that I
about like 2019 or something like this. 2018. I was I had left the United States to travel. I was so sick of living in the US and living the life that I was that I started traveling in 2018. I got super lucky and blessed to do that. Someone like paid for me to do that while I, traveled around, and I did my doctorate and stuff. And I met this guy, and he had a large following. Andrew 45K, but like I look at his videos and it looks like he took down a whole bunch of this, and he hasn't posted in like 6 years. I hope he's okay. And anyway, I'm looking at his thing, and it seems like he was posting in 2025, maybe. Yeah, 2025 August. And this is where
God, as you bless me with more money, as you bless me with more success, as you bless me with more abundance in my life, can you constantly remind me to stay humble, to make me realize that the things that matter aren't actually zeros in my bank account?
So let me play that from the beginning.
God, as you bless me with more money, as you bless me with more success, as you bless me with more abundance in my life, can you constantly remind me to stay humble, to make me realize that the things that matter aren't actually zeros in my bank account, aren't actually the statuses that I, for some reason, deep down crave, isn't the validation from other people, but it's good health, it's family, it's time in nature, it's the little daily struggles that really give life meaning, it's people that you go with, it's a family that you build through bonds, and the families that you were born through in blood. May you constantly remind myself that one day I'm going to die, and that the money doesn't really matter. The success, the fame, the social media, the views, none of that matters. What matters is, was I a good person while I was alive? Did I lead by example?
Yep.
Did I not crush these eggs? Did I continue to be a good person? Did I lead by example? Was I a good role model to the people around me? Was I a good friend? Was I a good mentor? Was I a good brother? Was I a good dad? Was I a good friend? Was I a good human being? Did I never put anyone down? Did I never belittle anyone? And did I focus on literally becoming the best version of myself? God, please remind me that these are what's important in life. Not money, not success, not views, not validation, but just a good life filled in nature, where you could walk, where I could live long, where I could sing, where I could dance, where I could just be one with nature. God, as you bless me with more money, as you bless me with more success.
That's great, man. That's so positive. I hope he's all right. Seems like he went through his own little transformation. I think a lot of us are. It's already 5:19. I think a lot of us are going through our own shift in consciousness. It's not easy. And this timeline that we're in especially, I think is probably asking a lot of us to make that shift in consciousness and to connect deeper to our inner divine, to God, to all that is. Similar to what he was saying in that post just now. I've been thinking to myself, like before, for me, when I was doing YouTube, it was really, I wanted the attention and the validation and the likes and the, all that comes with that stuff. And that felt like a completely different me. Whereas now, I feel so much more at peace. I'm grateful that, hey, look, that's also kind of like rude to say if you think about it, because if I look at my, the analytics, like just for example, if I just look at the analytics, for example, like we've got people watching. Like these are actual views coming in somehow, you know? These are actual views coming in. And this is not anything to sneeze at. Just literally like a few months ago, this was dead. This was zero. And it's not until I started posting these shorts, what was it? What day? March. By like March or whatever. It wasn't until recently where I started getting this. That took a while to get to that. It's not easy. And we are on our own journey. That's for sure. But now, this is where we are. This is basically from me posting a bunch of shorts in one day. 3,000 something views in a day. That's very doable. That I know how to do now at this stage. That's pretty simple. And my goal right now is to provide value to the marketplace and to be of service. And I'm only going to be able to achieve that. I'm only going to be able to do that if I have the proper system in place, and this kind of just reminds me, it may feel like it's going really slow right now. It may feel like it's very agonizingly slow. And like, I want to, like, I'm really getting to that stage where I'm just like so mentally ready to just put that content out there. But I also know too, like, hey, from the last mistakes that I made when I grew this channel to what I did, this is my previous channel right here. Oh. Okay. Cool. Good job. That's a much better thumbnail. There you go. There we go. Good job. There you go. Now you're doing it. That's cool. Yeah, so this was my previous channel. It was under a different name, like a pseudonym, Gabriel Inspires. But look, I got that to 14.9K, and I understand, especially now, the importance of being super grounded in order to accomplish what I'm trying to do. And for me, this is now a longevity thing. This is now, I see it a completely different way. And connection, I think, is now a top priority for me, and connecting with the right people. I want to connect with the right people and build a new earth together. That is, for me, a priority. Yes, I want to also build an online business because I want to make sure that I can do this long term. That's obviously right. Otherwise, I don't think there would be that much more incentive. But at this stage, after what happened in September of 2025 with our daughter getting taken away because we said no to that non-life-saving surgery, being alone and not interacting with people during that time, that was very emotionally heavy. That was very mentally draining. And at this stage now, I definitely understand we all need someone to lean on. We all need a support group of some sort. We all need to hold each other accountable to what we're trying to do. And I think I can provide that to people. I think I can provide a container where, you know, we show up and we do our work. And that's where I am with that. But I will get better at this stuff. I know I will get better at this. And I know I will be creating a flood of content. I will be able to do this very, very easily. I know that. That's very obvious. And I've got the tools here to do that. I've got the tools here to really do that so easily now. It's just so easy to make that happen. So I'm looking forward to it. And, you know, I can easily just create everything that I need to create and make the shifts. Yeah, I know I can do that. For sure. For sure. Right, and even with the shorts too. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hmm. Yeah. See, I can totally do the cut scenes and all that stuff. So that's pretty easy. That's pretty easy here. All right, let me drink this tea, this last cup of tea, and then we're going to get started. It is actually very easy to wake up at 4 now again. You know, that part is simple. That part is real simple. I think I'm looking for something like, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but like there's something that I want from this. And I don't know how to put it into the exact words, but I'm really, I think the best way to put it, yeah, I feel that one. I think the best way to put it is I want to know that my life mattered in a sense, and my words, and I want to know that mattered. I want to know that this was not for nothing, you know? And that I too have that light in me. I want to know that I too have that light in me. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Wow. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. And I think that may be something that a lot of people are searching for. A lot of people might be searching for that feeling of feeling like what they contributed was for something. But you're never going to know what that something is if you don't get yourself out there. You wouldn't. Yeah, that's a possibility that I changed the metadata or something on the. That's a possibility. Yeah, you could. I know that for the EFT videos, right? WWE has like these vlogs. These the main thing is wrestling, right? But then they have like behind the scenes, and they have the vlogs and all that stuff. All right, let's go. All right. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. Thank you, God, for this blessed, holy, and sacred day. Call upon Master Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, to remove all friction from me creating content at scale that is helpful and useful and is of value to others. So I hope that this is helpful, and I hope that I can be someone, the type of person that can provide massive value to others. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. Thank you. Thank you, Master Ganesha. All right. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. My intention for the Shanti mantra is to anchor in and radiate peace, great peace. And I really pray to become a vessel for peace and a container for peace and peacefulness and peaceful energy, and to have that radiate and permeate through every area of my life and for every heart and mind across the universe. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Svastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Punam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, fuck no. Ah, motherfucker. God damn it. Shit. Fuck. Why the fuck? God damn it, man. Oh no. Mm-mm. Son of a bitch. The audio at the end, that's like the most important part, is not there. No, no, no. We're gonna fuck that. So I just had to re-upload the video because the audio was clipped. I should have just not fucking done it from the beginning, you know? I should have just kept it really simple and just had the damn thing. Silly. That's a perfection thing. It's me trying to, yeah. If I had just not put the music up, it would have been fine, right? So. But here we are. All right, we got to get to work here. Let's go. All right, so I just did a shuttle run. And I'm gonna start doing that stuff. My VO2 max dropped by like 5 points over the last 4 months. So I definitely want to make sure that I increase my VO2. So I'm gonna start doing those shuttle runs in the morning. It's cold. Fuck. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I re-uploaded the video because this freaking thing got a copyright. And then I tried to edit out the sound like an ass. And then the next thing I know is that the so let's get ready for that deep work. Let's get ready for that deep work. Holy wow, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yesterday was a bit tough for me. I was feeling underslept and still recovering. But I managed to update this library, I think. Nope. Okay. We got to update this library. Title pattern. How the fuck is that possible? What in the world? God damn it, Notion. What are you doing? Seriously. So ChatGPT was right. It created some bullshit that it should not have.
Friendly reminder, start listening with your eyes and you'll start seeing everything.
Okay. So as I see it right now, we've got a couple of databases that once again they're gonna need some sort of like pruning so that we can get downstream. And I'm like tired of working on this stuff, so I want to get to creating content, and I know I have to create the templates. I just have to figure out like how is it gonna translate the cohorts stuff to the actual SOC production hub. So we already know we got to work on updating this stuff right here. The story types, I think, yeah, we got to create the structure, which I've got in a chat GPT message here somewhere. Okay. Looks like that was good. And that's where we did leave off for the story types database. Allegory to generic, symbolic narrative, where structure, surface story. Okay, cool. So we have that. All right. Let's refresh the page. Let's open up the deep work folder. Okay, I just made the updates that you suggested in the story types library database, period. I need you to audit it now and tell me if this is good to go. Because, this is already taking too much time now. And I just think it's me now just trying to polish something that we can just move forward with. I don't know, because I also do want to make sure this is set and forget and I never have to touch this again. Period. So make sure that this is now set and forget and I never have to touch again. That's what I want to get to. Okay, now we got to track the time. Yeah, I see where I can be much more efficient with my timing here now. For sure. And I think it's just like you train yourself to be, take as much time as you need when you probably don't honestly need that much time. So let's figure that out. $86 backlinks. Okay. Cool. All right, so now that database is locked. Story types is locked. Well, then shit. Actually, no, that's not even important right now. Lock it in. Move on. We have 27. Yep. $27. Gabriel, please. Let's move on. Yep. So we got story types. Okay. All right. Now let's look over the title pattern library database. Period. Audit the entries for what this database should be and the current property schema. Period. Remember that this is a library, so it should be that when we go downstream, we give the agent the bits and pieces from the SOC Production Hub database, where the agent then concocts a unique title based off of the pattern, period. So if you need to research, other title formats or templates, just like you did here, please identify those. Otherwise, if this is truly the complete set, then let's proceed. But I need a grade on it out of 100% in terms of its completeness and how ready to go it is, so that we can lock this in and move forward. I feel much more clear in the head as well today. All right. So I'm going to pause right here, take a little break, get my smoothie in, and we go from there. walk. All right, let's get working. All right. All right, we got to figure out that template. Da-da. All right, here we go. So we're working on this working procedure later. Right now, it's just a blob, to be honest. And what we need to get to is we need to get to the point where yeah, just leave that up, Gabe. We already have our content swipe here. Damn. Ay, ay, ay. Shit. Gotta definitely figure that one out. All right, so this should be the title pattern. Let's export this. All right, what I need you to do for me right now then is I need you to audit this update and tell me if now we have a good library for title patterns. Period. Are we good to lock this in? Question mark. Is all the information accurate? Question mark. Can we move on to the next library? Question mark. Right, so the idea is let's finish up the different libraries and let's now figure out how to get it downstream into that production hub. Because once we get to that production hub, we should be able to get back into focus here. right? Even a hook. You know, I just thought about this as well, comma. Just because we have, you know, this library or whatever, and then we get to the SOC Production Hub database, comma, it doesn't have to be the gospel in terms of like the final video that I choose. Title that I choose, correct? Question mark. I can always use a hook as a title, for example, question mark. Could I? Could I not just use a hook for a title? Question mark. Like, let's say, for example, if I had an original title of why you're not generating enough income from your personal brand, I can do, let's say, an A/B, A to B test, and that could have been the original title. And then I could look back at the transcript and I can say, oh, this could be actually an interesting title. And it could literally be a very simple sentence. And that one sentence could be something like, I made $3,152 in my first month from my personal brand. Here's how. Period. Could that be potentially a replacement title that may be even more interesting to a human? Question mark. And let's say if that was already like a hook for my first 3 to 5 seconds of the video, couldn't I then replace that as my title for the actual video? Question mark. Right. There you go. Right. And then even then, my script, right, I could even fucking go later on or something, you know? Right. What is the most curiosity-inducing sentence in this video? Oh, shit. Okay, let's go to SOC. And if this has not been created already, please search the property schema, comma. If this has not already been inserted, comma, add these as properties, as rich text properties. Oh, okay, I gotta take a number 2 key. Gotta take that number 2 key. Okay, cool. And then on a side note too, if I really needed to update it, what I could do is after I record the video and I upload it, I can then see the analytics and I can then determine, okay, if there was the impressions were high enough, but the CTR was low, that could be maybe, something where I could think about, okay, let me actually look at the title then or the thumbnail. And then what I do from there is I take the transcript of me speaking or whatever, and then I can probably also feed that to AI and then do like a title refinement process where I can basically optimize the title and the thumbnail of the video, correct? Question mark? Because if the retention is high on the video, then I don't think it's a CTR problem unless I'm wrong about that. It may just be a packaging problem, which means then it will be the title or the thumbnail. Would it not? Question mark? Because if retention is high, that means people clicked on it, they got value from it, and then they watched. But if CTR is low and people had high retention on it, then that means this has something to do with the CTR, doesn't it? Question mark? And also on that point, what would be the terminology for like drop off or watch time that I need to consider? Like, let's say if CTR was high, but then retention was low, what would be the issue then with the video? You get what I'm saying? Question mark? What would be those elements that I would have to then refine? Break.
Actually, you know, on that note, there was a YouTube video from Evan Carmichael that I watched yesterday that I'm actually going to pull up. I'm going to feed the transcript to. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yep. Yeah, these are definitely curious.
If you think YouTube is too crowded, that is.
These are definitely very curiosity based pieces of content. Right. That's another practice right there. Hold on. Let's go here. Let's go to the video. That's the thing. That's the thing right there. Let's go. We've got this video. Okay, I guess I gotta go up in here, click on the thing, and then post it, right? I feel great. All right, getting back to the Evan Carmichael thing. Yeah, there shouldn't be any fucking copyright issue. All right, let's go to the transcript here. Yeah, it's that decay curve.
If you think YouTube is too crowded, that is a lie that you are telling yourself to avoid doing the hard work.
Yeah, YouTube is saturated with content nobody wants to watch.
The platform is crowded with boring copycats, but there is always unlimited
subtitles, English. Okay, I'm checking the current YouTube analytics terminal so I can map CTR, retention, and packaging issues cleanly. Yes, diagnosis is basically right. If retention is strong but CTR is weak, that usually points to packaging, because the people who do click are satisfied enough to keep watching, but not enough people are convinced to click in the first place. YouTube's own docs frame CTR as how, okay, the clean. Actually, on that note, comma, can you please audit this transcript from Evan Carmichael and confirm if what you just said and what I just said are congruent with what he also said? Yeah, that's the thing. Now I can actually do more in-depth stuff here. Okay, if retention is strong but CTR is weak, the issue is likely title and thumbnail. So if people are watching but the click-through rate is weak, the issue is likely title, thumbnail. That is absolutely consistent with what he said. He explicitly says YouTube may already be trying to promote the video. If impressions are high but people are not clicking, then the problem is likely a bad title and thumbnail combination. And this is often easier to fix than making a better video. That is basically the same logic you described. So yes, you are aligned there. If people click and stay, that means the content is satisfying. He repeatedly says, modern YouTube is a satisfaction engine. It cares about whether viewers feel fulfilled. It tracks watch time, what people are doing after watching. You must deliver on the promise of the title immediately. That matches the logic. If people click and retention is strong, then the video itself is probably doing its job, which points back to packaging if CTR is the weak point. CTR and retention are different problems. Your framework, low CTR, high retention, packaging problem. High CTR, low retention, content opening mismatch problem. That is very compatible with what Evan is saying. He clearly separates title thumbnail as the click problem, delivery opening as the retention problem. So yes, the distinction is congruent. Where Evan adds something important, he's more specific about what retention failure means. He doesn't just say retention low. He points to weak first sentence, not delivering the promise immediately, rambling, dead space, hiding the answer, poor structure, low pace. So if CTR is high, but retention is low, Evan would likely say the packaging got the click, but the opening structure failed the viewer. The packaging got the click, but the opening and structure failed the viewer. That's the exact refinement layer you were asking about. The clean translation of Evans' logic, case 1, high impressions plus low CTR. So high impressions, how many people are searching for it? Click through, good retention. YouTube is willing to test the video, but people are not clicking enough. YouTube is willing to test the video, but people are not clicking enough. That's bad packaging. Case 2, high CTR. Okay, so you mentioned another term, which I'm not so familiar with. And what I basically want you to do for me is help me create a little definition of each term so that we're clear. So impressions, I'm not so sure what that means. I just want you to confirm what that means. Comma, CTR, comma, retention, comma, packaging, comma, hook, comma, pacing, comma, structure, period. Those should be the main pieces or terms that we need so that I can put that into my database. Case 3, good retention, good click-through and good retention. Packaging and content are both working. Keep going, maybe scale, testing, distribution is next. That's basically the correct operating model. One thing I would say correctly, slightly correct from your wording, you said if retention is high, that means people clicked on it, they got value from it and they watched. Mostly yes. High retention alone does not automatically mean the video is winning overall, because it could have low impressions, it could have a tiny audience sample, it could be satisfying a very narrow group. So the better wording is high retention means the people who clicked were generally satisfied enough to keep watching. Best terminology, if you want the cleanest language, watch time, audience retention, diagnostic language, packaging problem, people aren't clicking, expectation mismatch, people click but drop early. Structure, pacing problem, people lose interest mid-video. Okay, right. Yes, your logic and what I said earlier are strongly congruent with Evan Carmichael's transcript. Low CTR. Let's actually put this in the inbox as an item. Actually, if we're here and we're doing all this work already, you know, we might as well just add this to private resources.
If you think YouTube is too
Go. Let's put this in here. Yeah, if the retention is already there. Let's go to definitions. Okay. Cool. The percentage of impressions that turn into clicks on your video. So clicks divided by impressions. Right. Low CTR packaging, high CTR packaging is working. Retention. The following are terms and definitions that I need input into this database and linked to the relation of please ensure that you have the definitions and why it matters properly added here. Period. Use your own wording if you have to. Comma, but make it very clear that a fifth grader can understand it. Okay, break. please add a property called redundant as a checkbox. And I want you to scrape through each and every single one of these entries that I have and identify only terms that are redundant. Okay, so just to solidify that so that I really understand it here, and I want you to grade me out of 100% and give me green check marks or red X marks if I'm wrong here. Colon, new line. When it comes to impressions, impressions are essentially what people are searching for, and how well is YouTube distributing that piece of content. Period. So if, let's say, my title and my metadata suck and they're completely off topic from what the actual video is about, comma, the impressions should likely be very low. Am I wrong about that? Question mark. So impressions are like, how well visible is it, that piece of content? Period. CTR is basically going to take out of all those impressions and diagnose how many people actually clicked on the video, which means that the title and the thumbnail are designed to stop the scroll, basically, right? Question mark. Retention is basically saying, okay, when someone actually clicked on the video, did they stay and watch the video from beginning to end? And if so, how many people that actually clicked on the video actually did that? Period. So if impressions are low because, let's say, YouTube is figuring out who to distribute the content to, comma, that's not necessarily as much of an issue as the CTR and the retention. Because if the retention is low, that means that there was something about the video and the way that I delivered the video that sucked, basically, where they didn't get what they needed. Does that make sense? Question mark. So therefore, my structure should change then. And obviously, if someone, clicked off the video in the first 10 seconds, then obviously that's a hook problem. And if someone, let's say, dropped off towards the end, then that means that it's, those are little segments or pockets where I can then tighten up the template, basically, which is actually where we're getting to. So I want to really get to that point where I can then identify what is it in the template that sucks. So if I factory, produce it, I should know then what exactly sucks. And the reason why I'm bringing all that up is because then by having a template, I can then literally match what part of the template then needs to be reproduced or refactored so that I have the capability of optimizing that one specific area of the script template. And then I have the ability to then change and make modifications to that video so that in the future, when I do create, I can now create more confidently and test out of a sample size. Okay, this is where retention was off. This is the part of the video that sucked. Okay, maybe it's my metadata that was off. And all of these things come together to then help me increase and exponentially improve the quality of my videos because I had a template and I had a factory-like process for creating content and then also diagnosing where the issues were on that piece of content, period. So then when we get to the SOC Production Hub database, I can see metrics like, okay, what's the click-through rate? What is the retention, comma, how many people actually watch the video? So what's the watch time of the video? Where were people breaking off and basically going to another one? Where was it boring? Where was there too much fluff? What did I need to cut out, basically? And I may find that, and then I can look at the actual template inside of the SOC Production Hub database that I use to create the script for that piece of content. And then I can say, okay, this part right here needs to get changed. We need to somehow update the model or train the AI to basically come up with better hooks or more punchy hooks. Or maybe we need 3 different types of hooks to see how that works. Or maybe we need to rehook someone at a certain point, so that way I can add that then as another piece in that template, or I could take away something from the template. Does that make sense? Question mark. I would imagine, because that would be the way that I would diagnose the issue for a piece of content, for a video. And I think it would be really stupid to have no system, no templates, no anything, and then just expect you to go off of the top of your head to figure out what happened. You know? Yeah. I think so. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Alpha. Cool. Okay. Impressions. How many times YouTube showed your thumbnail? So let's go in here. The number of times your thumbnail was shown. Okay. Okay. If my title and metadata suck and they're off topic, right? How many opportunities? That's the simplest way. If my title and metadata suck and they're off topic, impressions should likely be very low. This is sometimes true, but not cleanly casual. What's more accurate, title topic relevance can affect whether YouTube understands who to show the video to. But impressions are not controlled by metadata. They're also affected by topic, audience match, channel history, competition, and whether YouTube thinks the video is worth testing more broadly. So bad metadata can hurt discoverability, but low impressions does not automatically mean metadata is bad. Better phrasing, low impressions usually means YouTube is not yet showing the video broadly enough, which may be caused by weak topic, audience fit, weak early signals, unclear packaging, or just limited testing so far. Okay, fine. CTR takes out all those impressions. It diagnoses how many people actually click the video. The percentage of impressions, yes. The title and thumbnail are designed to stop the scroll. Yep. Yeah. Retention is basically saying, okay, when someone actually clicked on the video, did they stay and watch from beginning to end? The wording is too absolute. Retention measures how well different parts of the video held over time. Okay. Right. Retention, how well the video kept viewers watching across time. So let's see if we can add that in. Retention, retention, retention. If impressions are low, that's not necessarily as much of an issue as CTR and retention. Context dependent, this is often a practical mindset for creators, but not universally true. If CTR and retention are strong, low impressions may just mean YouTube needs more time or more confidence. If CTR and retention are strong, low impressions may just mean YouTube needs more time or more confidence. But if impression stays low for a long time, that is a distribution problem worth investigating. Right, so why aren't they distributing my content? So I reframe it like this. CTR and retention are usually more diagnostic for creative quality. Impressions are more diagnostic for distribution opportunity. Impressions are more diagnostic for this distribution, okay? Woo. Oh, man, I'm working today. If retention is low, that means there is something about the video and the way I delivered it that sucked. Yes, correct. That's blunt, but operationally useful. Right, if retention is low, that means that there's something about the video and the way I delivered it that sucked. Right, because if you have the retention graph, the retention curve on a video goes low, people are not gonna, stay around for a while. More precise, low retention usually points to weak hook, slow pacing, poor expectation match, weak structure, fluff, unclear value, misleading packaging. That's in line with YouTube's retention guidance around intro, performance dips, and whether the content matched the title, thumbnail promise. Fine. If someone clicked off in the first 10 seconds, then it's obviously a hook problem. Yes, usually. More precisely, if viewers leave early, it is often hook problem, intro problem, title thumbnail mismatch, pacing problem right at the start. YouTube explicitly says a high intro percentage often means the first 30 seconds match the title, thumbnail, expectation, and kept interest. Yes. Early drop off is a hook, intro, expectation match problem. Fine. If someone dropped off towards the end, then those are the pockets where I can tighten the template. Yes. This is exactly the right way to think about it. Late drop off can mean payoff came too late, section got repetitive, dead space, weak transition, bloated editing, bloated ending. Okay, so these are all little things that we need to really structure and lock in. Value already extracted, so viewers leave. That's where your template thinking becomes powerful, right? Because that I can isolate and pick out one of the sections where it's weak and then tighten and refine the prompt over time. And that's going to be my strategy here. It's not going to be to make faceless content. It's to have my face in there, but to create content in such a way where it is more effortless. I can do content consistently and just let the packaging and all that stuff really just take over and take its place. By having a template, I can match what part of the template needs to be refactored. Yes, that's correct. That is exactly why templating matters. Not to make robotic content, but to create diagnosable modular content. Exactly, so modular. Think in terms of modules. That's the key. So later you can say, hook block underperformed, transition block too long, story block too weak, CTA came too early, payoff buried too late. That is excellent systems thinking, yes. Then I can optimize the one specific area of the script template and improve the quality of future videos. Correct. That is exactly the factory logic you want. That's the difference between, I guess this video sucked, and the intro block underperformed relative to title promise, update the, perfect. Yes. Clean, correct the summary. Right. Okay. All right, fine. Fine. It's just tighten as this. Impressions are not what people are searching for. They are how often YouTube showed the video. Fine. Okay, cool. So we know that now. So we really know that now. Now the next thing is, now we have to really focus on creating that template in such a way that we can identify and pickpocket what is the problem. We have to be able to diagnose what is the problem with that piece of content. That's the key. That is the real key right there. Ooh, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so just to recap then, are we in agreement that for any piece of content that I create, and we're going to start with one to make sure that it's really dialed in, period, and we're going to work on the long form templates, but when it comes to creating content that people want to watch and that are going to leave them satisfied and that are not going to disgust them, we are saying that the key to all this is going to be to have a template and to basically make the template modular. And we'll do that in the template of the SOC Production Hub database. And when we read the script and we generate the script from AI, and I infuse the things that I want to incorporate and how I want to deliver that piece of content, I can then see, okay, this piece of content did poorly at CTR because I can then see the metrics for that. Or this piece of content did well in retention because I can see that, period. So what I'm asking you here is, are we in agreement that we need a template in order to be able to diagnose the problem for every video moving forward? Question mark. And also, when it comes to the metrics and the metrics database that we will be using to evaluate a piece of content and how it performed, comma, do we want a SOC Production Hub database to hold the metrics, or do we want an actual dedicated metrics database? Question mark. And what are the most essential metrics that we're going to need to discover and to evaluate whether or not we should put ads onto a piece of content, comma, whether or not we need to change the template, whether or not we need to change the video title and thumbnail, etc. Well, I think that's the answer right there. Oh, okay, let's see here. I think that is the answer right there. Yeah, metrics. And I would imagine that the metrics yeah. Cool. Do you need a template to diagnose problems? Yes, absolutely. Not because templates make good content by themselves, but because templates make content diagnosable. That's key. Without a template, a bad video is just something felt off, right? We don't want that. We don't want to be guessing. We don't want to be taking too much time with this. I want to be able to create content in little modular pieces where I can then piece everything all together at the end and know, okay, this was good, this was not good. All right, we hit 3.3K. We got to make it to 10 or do our best to make it as close to 10 as possible by 12 o'clock here. Yes, we are in agreement. Do you need, right? And that's going to cut down in the future because I'm only going to go until 9:55 and then I'm going to stop. And then I'm going to work on the next pieces of content. Do you need a template to diagnose problems? Yes, absolutely. Not because templates make good content by themselves, but because templates make content diagnosable. Do you need a template to diagnose problems? Yes, absolutely. Not because templates make good content by themselves, because templates make content diagnosable. Templates make content diagnosable. So without a bad template, a bad video, right? Because then after that, it's just the next bottleneck would be like communication. How am I speaking and what am I like saying basically? And is it connecting with the audience? And is my tone good, or does it, is it monotone and flat the entire time? So I got to figure out all these things, not just speak at one pace, but also learn how to slow it down and then speed it up and then slow it down and then speed it up. So I got to figure all that out and how I want to do all that stuff. But most importantly is to make the actual connection and be super present. Right? Payoff, right? That's the whole point. So the real value of the template is repeatable creation, measurable output, identifiable failure point, targeted refinement. This is exactly what you want. Where should the template live? Inside the SOP, yeah. Picks the inputs, assembles the content, generates the script, stores the draft, stores the final asset, stores the post-published diagnosis. Right, cool. Okay, that's easy. That's easy right there. So yes. Right, so yes, the SOC, we need to create something where we add in now the long form template. Here we go. We need a section that adds the freaking right, we need something like this. Generated output. We need to put that in here now. Okay. And we need to do from generated output to the transcript. And the transcript, I'm going to put in here. Okay. So now we got that. So now we have production hub metrics, okay? SOC template should be modular. At minimum, I'd make the script template modular like this. Packaging promise, right? And then this is where we're gonna take, you know, a 2-word, 3-word, whatever. And it's gotta be based on the script, the entire script and the entire essence of that, okay? Right, yeah. So that's gonna be the prompt. The title prompt, the packaging prompt, right. So what do we need here? We need here for the long form, we need here, we need a hook, right? We need meta, disclaimer, getting started, tapping points, okay. Then we need metadata, right? We need metadata. We need a section for the metadata. We need metadata. Metadata. Based on the content in the properties. Right. Scheiße. We need title, thumbnail prompt for All right, and then you can do the life purpose of break. Okay, so we have thumbnail prompt for the AI. We need title, thumbnail. Title, thumbnail, description. Okay, that's good. That's like the initial stuff. Cool. Right. That would make sense. Good. Right, so now we have those essential building blocks, which is great. Because now we know, okay, these are all the things that have to go into a piece of content. All right, cool. What does the viewer get by the end? What's the payoff here? Cool. Those are really, really essential, I think. Community post, right? So if I just go back to this this channel thing here, how do I do the community post? Oh, right, here we go. Community post. There we go. Create the post. Right. And then you go here, and what you do is you get the shareable link to that video. Yep. Why can't I do that? Clearly I'm signed in here. Well, that's that's work. A community post. Right. Right. Community post. So that's the community post. Okay, that's good. So that would be a practice to do every oh, right, and that's the other one too. Right. Let's get that other video from what's that guy's name? Dan the Creator. Right. Right. It was, let's save that to personal brand. And let's do that. Let's take this piece of content.
YouTube has just released one of their
Okay. Cool. All right. The following is a transcript from a creator. And this is what they mentioned were best practices to do. Nope. That wasn't it. Shit. Right, there we go. That was it.
If you want to grow,
Let's take that piece of content. Creator. After posting a piece of content, period. I need you to distill everything into bullet points for me of what they're saying to do. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put that into as a working procedure into our system, basically. Right, update the end screens. Right, so point to the newest upload. All right, put them in the playlist, etc. Right, clip the long form into shorts, use shorts as extra distribution. Okay, cool. So that's pretty good. Right, that's what you should do after every video accordingly. Okay, let's go. Okay, this is a long one, so let's go through this. Where should the template live? Inside the SOC production hub. We already did this. At minimum, I make the script template modular like this. Packaging, title, angle, thumbnail concept, etc. Hook, context, problem, what problem is being addressed, core value delivery, story, teaching, da-da-da. Okay, payoff, what the viewer gets by the end, CTA, etc. That way, if a video underperforms, you can diagnose by module. Should SOC hold metrics, or should there be a dedicated metrics database? Should the strategic account hold metrics? Dedicated metrics DB. This is cleaner long term. Why not only inside SOC? Because SOC is the production object, metrics are the performance evidence over time. If you cram all performance tracking into SOC, it gets messy fast. Okay. So let's go here to the metrics. We're going to need Nope. There we go. Linked SOC piece, yes. And we're gonna need the brand. Linked brand. Ay. Linked brand. Okay, cool. So let's see if I were to search iboga, right? If you cram all performance, it gets messy fast. A separate metrics database lets you track one asset over multiple time windows. Okay, compare assets, compare templates, compare hook types. What should store? Content title. Right. Script. Okay, that's in the subpage. Hook type, until synthesis. Okay, whatever. Yes. Okay, that's what it's saying. Should store that. Metrics should store linked SOC asset. Cool. Right, and let's go to date measured. Oh, right, because it's in there. Yeah. Right, okay. So now we have to have impressions. Because I may have shown this to other things here. So we could say YouTube, Mastodon, whatever, okay? Impressions. That I imagine would be a completely different piece of content. CTR, 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 CTR. Impressions. That we can delete. That we can delete. That we can delete. That we can delete. Yeah. Okay, cool. The following are recommended metrics from ChatGPT for identifying signals of, over-indexing pieces of content, period. I want you to leave alone the properties that we already have and basically just add these properties if they are not already in there. Okay, so while it does that, okay, so we're getting there now. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? What are some thoughts? Thoughts. Okay, great. Comma. Now, please create a formula that basically combines the output from whatever the relation is for linked SOC asset plus platform plus date measured. Period. I just need those three properties strung together exactly as the output is intended. And if any is blank, then I need a output that says output blank, comma, make sure to fill in or something like this. Period. Do you understand? That's going to be the naming convention formula for that piece of content now. So that's good. So we're already putting it together in little stages here, because then from there, that's how I need to be able to track whether or not, you know, what is the problem here? What is the bottleneck? What is the issue? And that's basically my thing now. It's going to be, yep, right now I'm creating those templates and the scripts. Okay, fine. But then after that, it's going to be a lot of diagnosis. What's the problem here? Why am I not, you know, doing X, Y, and Z? Yeah, that's good. Cool. Done. So even if I say I accidentally did that, it's still gonna copy it back in, which is great. All right. Okay, cool. Great. Now what I need you to do is I need you to create another formula that basically says that the minimum check date for that piece of content from the date that it was measured. No, actually, no. That's not relevant right now. Okay, we have satisfaction, content metrics, average view duration. Yes. Audience retention. Yes. Watch time, etc. Okay. And then I think I want to put in the template, right? I would want to put in the template the numbers. Yeah. Basically, what I want to do here is I want to take the table of contents. I want to create a table of contents property here. And then I want to create a something like that. Right. Because then at least this way it may be able to Okay. Right, you got to create the go. Yep. Okay. So let's go here. Let's figure out from a piece of content that I got here. Yeah, now we're getting mental. Now we're really getting mental here. And that's good. That's good because right now what we want to think about is like, what are we trying to build here? What are we trying to do? What are we trying to do here? What am I trying to accomplish here, basically? So that's pretty good. It's pretty good that we're thinking about that. Okay, so if we have, let's take, right, we have the overview on a piece of content. We have to have the overview on a piece of content. Right. Right. So let's say this got the most on that piece of content. Right. In the last 48 hours, it got 2 views. There we go. Perfect. 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 That's what I want to see. Overview, reach. There we go. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, the most essential metrics to track are going to be that. These are the non-negotiables. These tell whether the packaging is doing its job. Diagnostic metrics. Okay. These help you refine the template itself. Actual decisions, okay. Yes. Then should we put ads? Yes, in plain English. Important derived fields to add. Okay, cool. Okay, good. Sweet. Baby, sweet. It's sweet. I like it. And let's put that in there for right now. It's going to be a mess, but it's okay. The key system insight, you said we need a template in order to be able to diagnose the problem for every video moving forward. Yep. I phrase it like this. Templates are not only for creation, they're for diagnosis and improvement. That is what makes the system compound. Final recommendation, build modular templates in SOC, create a dedicated metrics, link each metrics to an SOC asset. Yes, use metrics to diagnose either the packaging problem, the hook, pacing, structure, topic, etc. Minimum viable setup stores the asset. Content metrics stores impressions. Right. Cool. Yes. Okay, great. All right, good. So now we have that. So now the idea here is, if we're going to treat it this way, linked SOC asset, the platform, the date measured, that's important. Name convention, okay, cool. That's the first pieces of it. And what I want to think about here is right, you can add in the SOC production hub, right, you can add the URL. Right, final asset URL. Okay, so let's go up here. And let's go to the studio again. Let's take this piece right here. Let's get the shareable link. We're going to put that in here. Okay, and that'll take me to that piece of content. We're going to go here to view it on YouTube. Cool, interesting. All right, what do we need? What do we need? In order to make this work, we need this piece of content to show up. Okay, so we're gonna open it up and we're gonna save this to SOC just to give it a look. And then break. All right, and now I have the URL here. Cool. All right. All right, so we have that. We did this. What day did we do this? Okay. So let's. All right, we go to the studio. We go to the content. We go to the live. We streamed this on this day, April 18th. Don't need that. Right, that's what the metrics DB would be for. Right, amplify. Okay. Yes. Platform was for YouTube. Date measured April 21st. Cool. Okay. Okay, now, if I were to do this legitimately, what would I need here? Okay, let's think. This has the most views so far for the live streams. So if I were to actually do this legitimately, what I would need is to understand what is the core data that I'm gonna need here to make myself do whatever I have to do here. Okay, so let's go to the analytics and let's go to that piece of content now. And let's go to right, live, and let's go to the analytics of this piece of content. Okay, cool. Yeah, templates are going to do most of the work to make the handoff as easy as possible. Okay, so in order for this to successfully work, I want to go through a little test, basically. I am not so good at, up until now at least, tracking metrics and making it a habit to track my data and to see how my content performed. And now I'm going to be implementing all the stuff that we talked about. No problem. So what I need, though, is for you to guide me through this process so that I understand why something works, something doesn't work, using the metrics that you had mentioned, period. So what you're going to do is you're going to look at this PDF and you're going to look at the information that we filled out in section C. I basically just copied what you said was important here, and I already have the properties that you mentioned before, like the CTR, the impressions, and etc. Period. So what we need to do is, using the current data that we have already so far, we need to understand what it is about this current data from a current video that has been published within the last 5 or 6 days to understand retention and to apply these concepts, period. And the way that I was thinking about doing it was similar to like how I would do with a manual day trade in the past. Is I had like a trading sheet where I basically took a trade and I screenshotted the beginning of the trade, like noted down my thoughts, hypothesis, why I took the trade. I tracked, whether or not it hit take profit, it's take profit targets or not, whether or not I got stopped out or whatever. So I would make a habit of doing this and tracking that as my performance, period. Applying that same concept here is what I'm going to do, period. So having said that, I need you to guide me through what metrics am I tracking, basically. And I am assuming I'm tracking the metrics just for the video itself. I just want to see how the content performed itself. Correct? Question mark? Because then that will tell me to make more videos like that. Just like with trading, if my overall P&L is, in the profit, I need to understand each individual trade and how every individual trade led up to that decision of having a positive cash flow account that's in the plus. Does that make sense? Question mark. So can we walk through that right now and get a real good understanding of how this is actually going to work in real time, from the time that I create a piece of content to the time that I actually track its metrics and determine whether or not that piece of content took off or not, and what to do with it afterwards, and how soon should I be looking at the data and how it performed and etc. Yeah, these are the mistakes that I made before, not treating it as professionally as I know I need to. And now at this stage, yeah, it's a no-brainer that it has to be tracked and measured professionally. And it needs to be in such a way that it's effortless and it's easy and I don't have to think about it. Right, and we can do this all with analytics and stats and stuff like this, and this becomes its own application. Impressions, CTR, views. Views. How do we not have views? Average view duration, watch time, audience retention summary. Strongest retention moment, packaging verdict, primary failure point, RS retention, top retention moment, packaging diagnosis, content diagnosis, primary failure point. Okay. Screenshot you shared is channel content live list. It only shows surface stats, views, comments, likes. It does not show the core decision metrics like impressions, CTR, retention curve. So for the real test, do this. Click the specific video. So let's do that. We're gonna click the specific video that has 16 views. Open the analytics for that video. Right. And then check the overview, reach engagement. Overview, reach engagement, then go through the audience retention. To finish step 1. Okay, longer term verdict if needed. 24/7, D2 hours and 7 days. That's enough. Record the metrics. Right after 7 days, that's exactly what I was thinking. Diagnose, act. Okay, so let's add that there into the working procedure for Notion. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's go over here. Back into the metrics. Cool. All right. Yes, so we can make this a formula. We can make these all formulas here. And that's what we're going to do right now, actually. Good. Okay, great. So on that note, I need you to audit the SOC metrics database, and I need you to determine and look at the entire property schema, period. I need you to determine if all of the properties are adequate and accurate to what we need to determine what needs to be there to get a full diagnosis report, period. Because what's going to happen is what I'm going to do and what I'm intending to do is just literally screenshot my charts that I see with the data, and I'm going to have you or Notion AI interpret what the data means to make it super fast and simple for me. Period. So I need it set up in such a way where I can just take the screenshots for each piece of content and how they performed initially after 7 days, and then probably at, another 21 days later or something like this, period. But either which way, that's what I'm going to need. And I'm going to need for that PDF to tell me or to give me the ability to create the screenshots and then say to an AI, hey, execute the prompt in section A, and then it's going to look at the entire page, and then it's going to output a report for me, basically. That's the idea, and that's the goal of what I want to accomplish, period. So I need you to look at the SOC metrics database. Tell me if these are the right properties to have based on the essential metrics that we need to determine, again, what we saw as the impressions, comma, the CTR, comma, and the retention, and whatever else is necessary to determine, how or where the video has broken down. And then we need to determine if the property types are accurate, period. So I really would need you to list out the current properties that are there and tell me whether they should be number properties or select properties or text properties, and etc. Period. Please do all of this now. Yep. So that's the thing. We want to make sure that we have, for every piece of content, we're going to know, okay, this is what sucks about it. This is what's not good about it. This is what needs to change. And this is how we're going to systematically pull it apart or pick it apart so that we know, okay, this is where this template is falling off. This is where this content format is falling off. This is what we need to change. The scripts, I think, would generally speaking, would stay the same. If I'm outside, that means I'm not going to be using a prompter. That means I'm going to be speaking off the top of my head, which means that I may see a lower retention because I'm not going to be thinking about necessarily hooks or whatever. I may have like one hook idea or something, or maybe I get like a prompter app. I don't know. But yeah, maybe I got a prompter app to kind of guide me through that process. Yeah, let's see. please read the following message from ChatGPT and incorporate the suggestions, period. Leave alone the linked SOC asset, comma, platform and date measured properties and the naming convention formula property, comma, but make sure that you do your updates to everything else that ChatGPT has suggested. And that's good. And it's done, you know? It's really that easy. It's really that easy. I want to make sure that I have the right piece of content going to the right person. So I have to speak to the right person, speak their language, and have an idea in my head of who that is to drive them to an offer. And this is where I am. And I think it is that simple. I don't think it has anything to do with being camera shy or whatever. It's just putting up the content, dealing with the comments, dealing with all that stuff that comes along with it. And just keep posting, keep iterating. No, we're going to get rid of that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do... without deleting any databases. Comma, please organize the information and the data as to how it should be seen and filled in from top to bottom or from left to right in this case, period. You're going to leave the first 4 properties exactly as they are, but you're going to update everything and organize the ordering of everything after naming convention formula, period. Please do that now. Man. Cool. What the fuck? Ay, 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 ay. This is about the 7-day mark here. Now I'm asking myself too, right? What do we do with that piece of content now? You know, how do we refine that? Oh, shit. Okay, I just had Notion AI make the updates, and I also had Notion AI organize and order the properties. And that's what it gave me, period. Please evaluate once again and just make sure that everything is in sync. So that way we can officially say, yep, that's good. And these are the essential metrics that we are going to need every single time for making sure that we have what we need to make an accurate decision as to what needs to get updated every single time so that we're making the proper iterations every single time. Here we go. Boom. Good. Okay, now linked SOC, platform, measured, measurement window. Impressions, CTR, views, view duration, watch time, audience retention summary, first major drop-off point, top retention moment, packaging verdict, content verdict, primary failure point, winner signal, recommended action, action taken, notes interpretation, linked amplification campaign, status, okay, good. Cool. Done. I'm setting everything to empty because I need to make sure that all that data is always filled in per piece of content. Shit, that's a lot of work. That's really a lot of work. But the upside is that when you do have that, it's going to be very easy to fill in that information. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, we're at 7.9K. That's pretty good. 7.9K is a lot faster and easier. Now here mentally. So now that that's done, now I have to look into here. Let's update this now. That's good. I think that's very worthwhile. And we're going to be able to actually track a piece of content. I think so. Okay, so now just to recap everything, the entire session has been about really understanding the metrics and understanding that when it comes to creating a piece of content, we need a template. And we need to treat it like a factory where every single piece is modular and basically we can pick it apart and we can analyze and see with our metrics from YouTube especially, how are those pieces of content performing and why is it that they're either continuing to get views and getting pushed, or why is it that they are just dropping off and they're not hitting their retention needs or whatever. So we have that. And we can then understand, okay, even that's one point of it. Period. I understand that long form is going to change in structure compared to shorts, and I'm going to need every single venue and avenue to successfully create the right piece of content that gets the reach and the push and the distribution that it deserves, So having said that, we have this PDF. And basically after 3 days, I think, is when we have the first bits of data that we can see. We can track and measure, okay, this is how this piece of content is performing. And this is the most important piece of content, or these are the most important pieces of data that we're going to need, period. The idea is to screenshot everything and screenshot the most important things that are going to be necessary for having an informed decision as to how the piece of content is performing, correct? And if this is all correct, I need you to now thoroughly guide me through understanding what pieces of data I need to screenshot from the YouTube studio side, so that way I can understand how data is performing. So I need you to walk me through bit by bit now to understand, okay, this is the right screenshot that you want. This is not the right screenshot that you want. You get what I'm saying? Question mark? Yeah. So that's what I need to work on right now. Okay. So what I need to do here. Yes. Right. Take 4 screenshot. Take 4 screenshots from that video's analytics. Screenshot 1, overview. That's PCS. Right. Retention drops in the first 2 minutes. Right. Because that's for me. Okay. Reach. Engagement. Title, thumbnail, text. Okay, let's review all of this now. And you tell me if there are any screenshots that I should have eliminated, because obviously I have more than 4. Period. YouTube has a feature where you can go into advanced mode and I can literally just pull up certain statistics. So I don't know if I need just that, versus if I go to overview, comma, reach, and all those other tabs that you see at the top of the page, comma, I would have to, I think, scroll down to see more information. But essentially, that's what I have, period. I essentially have this as the data for this piece of content. And now what exactly do I do with it? And do I need all of these screenshots, or is there something where I can consolidate? Question mark. Because the idea here is I'm going to basically add examples of what to do and where to go. And I'm going to create also a video SOP from myself. And I'm basically going to just have the working procedure updated so that I know, okay, this is the screenshot that I need to take, and I need to take these screenshots, etc. Period. So please help me out here and help me determine which of these do I actually need. Period. And I think too that now PCS, post-consumer, post-content strategy, I forget what Gary Vee calls it, but views, watch time. This is good. Average percentage viewed. Why does this say 151? It got 11 views here. Watch time since it was published. Sixteen views total. Audience retention graph screenshot. Let's take a picture of that. Okay, so we still have 1344. Since it was published is different from since it was uploaded. Damn it. Ay, 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 ay. Where am I? All right, so now I'm going to take the PDF and the CSV file and just confirm that these are the analytics that we're going to need. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if I sound like a dork. This is important stuff. This is really important stuff. Because if I don't have this, I'm wasting my time. So I'm going to be doing this professionally. You understand? Okay, this is now the metrics tracking sheet template. And what I need you to do for me is I need you to very carefully audit that PDF. And I need you to look at the blue call out block only, period. When it comes to the screenshots that I have uploaded, please confirm that those screenshots that I have are the ones that you suggested that I would need, and read to me the numbers. All right, that would make sense because I always do this where I have like the slow moments. 1344, 20.1. All right, so after that, it kind of holds, which is fine. All right. 3. Traffic source. Reach breakdown. Okay, advanced mode. Audience retention graph. Right, just treat it like a trade. It's literally just like trading. Just like that. For me. Traffic source, reach breakdown, screenshot. The top line numbers shown are impressions, 13, 7.7 views, yes. And lower on that same screen, the funnels show impressions, Okay, so there's a mismatch between the top cards and the lower funnel. Okay. Okay, just for clarification, where do you expect me to get that screenshot from that you're talking about for the published title and thumbnail screenshot? Because from what I see, this is what I see, period. I have the title and then I have the thumbnail in that page, period. So what exactly are you referring to? Oh, hmm. Hmm. Okay, so hold on a second. Audience objectives graph. Published title. Traffic source breakdown screenshot. Okay, now we're gonna again do that once again. Okay, so let's get another audit of the blue callout block from this updated PDF file, period. So forget everything that we just did, and I want you to look at this now, this PDF. And I want you to tell me if the screenshots that I have are exactly what I need to have AI audit the details and determine what is the failure point or the success point of a video, etc. Period. So please do that now and tell me if these are all the numbers that we're going to need with green checks and if there's anything missing as well. So that means you're going to have to look at the SOC metrics database CSV file, look at the properties, and then ensure that the screenshots that have been included have that data accurately recorded and cited. Okay, we're at 9.9K. Let's get that last 0.7. Yeah, I think this was a fair thing to work on. Right. Because the thing is, I'm not going to waste my time to determine, okay, what's the failure point and then create a whole bunch of content first and then determine what the failure point is. I would rather make sure I have the metrics first to say, okay, this is where it's dropping off. This is what we need to fix. Okay, cool. All right, we just hit our 10K. That's good. That's good progress, I think. So these are the results of the walk. There's got to be a better way to show that information here. Whatever. Oh, did we just get an update? 18,000. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. So we got the screenshots. Cool. So those are the examples. Good enough for me. All right, now the next thing is we're going to take the template from before, modify it, do all that stuff that we have to do to make that piece of that metric. And that's how we're going to just treat this. Okay, cool. So what I need for you to do for me now is just tighten up the text and just confirm that the text that you see in the blue call out block is good to go. Like for each screenshot, just make sure that it's good to go so that a human and an AI could read it and understand super quick what it is and make sure that everything is uniform in terms of like what's there, what sections are there basically for each screenshot. Break. Okay, so now we've got a very clean blue callout block. All right, table of contents, screenshots to analyze. Okay. Let's see if it can read it. Please look at the blue callout block in this page and look at the screenshots, comma, then tell me what you see in terms of like the data points that are necessary for capturing the right information for YouTube data. Let's see how that goes. I told you I want you to actually look at the screenshots and tell me the data that you see. Let's see if Notion AI can do it. It really should. If ChatGPT can do this, Notion AI should absolutely. There we go. Yep. 1344, 16, 3.7, 132, 12.5. Good. Let's make sure that click through. Good. Okay. Audience retention graph. 1344, 20%. Yes. Cool. Mm-hmm. Right. Cool. Okay. What I want you to do for me now is I want you to look at section 3, publish title plus thumbnail screenshot. And I need you to look at the thumbnail image and I need you to tell me what you see and give me kind of like a description in the form of a prompt. Mm-hmm. Right. Cool. All right, cool. Cool. So it can do that. It can read the image now. Great. Okay. So that's good now. Now, the next thing. The next thing here is let's take something like from here. Now I got to go to that process all over again. Yeah. Shit. Okay. Okay. All right. I need you to give me an MVP for section A, comma, B, comma, C, period. The idea behind this template is that this is a metrics tracking sheet for the SOC metrics database. What I need every single time is a very simple path so that you can audit the data and interpret the data and make an educated decision as to what needs to now be modified, period. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna start with understanding the property schema and the database description of this database. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at section C, period, diagnostic report. And then what you're going to do is you're going to look at section C, example section C to be modified below. And you're basically going to first update the diagnostic report. You're going to keep everything that you see there in the diagnostic report callout block, but you're going to organize it similar to how you saw in the example section C, period. So diagnostic report should be the only callout block changing, and section C, example section C to be modified will remain the same. All I want is that template idea of prompting each section to be applied, period. Do that now, please. And please append it to the bottom of section C. Don't overwrite anything, just append it to the bottom. Okay, so that should be it. And that I think will do it. And then we do a very quick about and then a prompt. And then we got to work it and tweak it and do all that stuff that's required. But once that's done, that should be in place. So for every piece of content that I create, okay. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Okay, great. Comma. Now what you're going to do is using what you just created, comma, you're going to give me a complete rewrite on section B, call out block, period. You're going to keep the same formatting and the structure, but you're going to change obviously everything to adapt to what this template is for. And you're going to do that based on what everything you know about this database, the SOC metrics database, and also everything you know that we had for section C, the diagnostic report section, period. Once you fill that out for section B, you will then give me an actual prompt, and you're going to overwrite section A with that prompt, period. The idea here is that what you need to do is I need to screenshot in the blue callout block all of the necessary screenshots for reading the data. And what you're going to do is you are then going to execute your prompt where you basically audit all of the screenshots, and you're going to fill in that data and that information for me at the property level. You're going to fill in those numbers, and you're also going to put that into section D as the generated output based on what you have from section C, period. So you're going to look at the screenshots to analyze section, comma. Then you're going to look at section C. You're going to basically fill out those prompts. You're going to execute everything, and you're going to generate your responses in section D and at the property level. If that makes sense, please proceed to do what you got to do. Otherwise, ask for clarification. Oh. Restart iPhone. All right, so that's done officially. All right, let's actually record this thing. And let's make sure that we're good to go here. And the title is going to be what? That's why you need an SOC production hub. Hello. The title is In 2018, I managed to grow a YouTube channel to about 15,000 subscribers. And I had a sharp drop off after that because I eventually stopped doing YouTube for a while. But here's the one thing that I should have done, that I needed to do to improve my odds of success on YouTube so I don't burn out. And this is what I'm doing now. So I'm going to screen share this right now so you understand. So I've been working on a brand operating system. And in this brand operating system, what I have created so far was basically like a layering of how I'm going to be creating content, which is my production hub. And most importantly, I created a metrics tracking sheet. So I've been trading the financial markets for like the last 5 years, 6 years now. And what I learned from there was that after each and every individual trade that you take, you should always be tracking your trades manually, because if you don't track your trades manually, you're not going to understand what to do. And that was the case here for YouTube. Before, when I was uploading, I had a very specific topic / niche. So it was very easy for YouTube algorithm at that time to pick up my content and distribute it. So my impressions, I guess, were fairly high, and my click-through rate was fairly high because it was very obvious. But if you're in a niche or a topic like I am right now, where I'm really trying to figure out how to create a personal brand to avoid being, obsolete with AI, I'm now using artificial intelligence to help me track data more responsibly. And so what I had to do was I had to start looking at how I'm creating content. And I have now this template that allows me, and it helps me to basically pick apart every single section of a piece of content. So if I have in any YouTube video, the structure would be like you have your title, you have your thumbnail, then you have your hook, and then you have to basically have at the end like a payoff. I need to be able to now see, where do I suck? And that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm able to now go in here and I'm able to look at my metrics. I'm able to look at how did one piece of content perform individually and isolated, because from there I can see, okay, if in the first 24 hours of the first week, I got this many views, I had this much watch time, I had this many impressions and this much click-through rate, I can then say to myself, okay, if my CTR was high, if my click-through rate was high, but the retention was low, it's not a packaging problem, it's a structure problem. And what that enables me to do is that enables me to look at that piece of content, that specific video, for example, like if I go over here to reach, or I go to the, right here, I go to the audience retention graph, I can see already within the first 41 seconds, the drop off was exponential. It was like just falling off of a cliff. And that's normal for what I see for my live streams, right? So this is more for me to document my work, but just using this as an example. I know that the first minute I have this massive drop off and then everything stays more stable throughout the end, and then retention somehow increases over here, well, then I know, okay, I have to now change my retention. I have to do something to fix up my hooks, and I have to do something to keep the audience interested long enough so that it doesn't look like this. It looks more like a smooth retention curve. So that's something that I realized. And moving forward, because now I have more of that analytical mindset and thinking coming into YouTube this time around, I'm able to look at this with a greater appreciation and understanding, like, oh yes, this is the number one thing that I have to do. After every piece of content, it's not enough to just, cross your fingers and hope. You have to, at least for me, this is a note to me, is I have to be able to look at this data, not get attached to it, but just look at it from a place of, okay, in terms of a factory model, where did I have breakdown? Where did I have breakdown with this? And so this template that I created today for my metrics is showing that. I'm looking at my watch time. I'm looking at my views, average view duration, the impression CTR. I don't know how much subscriber counts honestly matter at this stage anymore, because of the interest graph stuff. So I'm looking at all this and I'm looking at, okay, what is the audience retention? What are the most important insights that I need to understand? And then I'm going to have Notion and ChatGPT, Notion AI, or any other artificial intelligence tool for that matter, to be able to diagnose what is wrong with that piece of content. So once I know that, I take the screenshots and then I put it into my system here. And that's going to give me insights as to what's going on. And then the output of this should be, we need to redo the packaging. We need to update the hook. We need to update all these things, because then when I go into here, into the SOC production hub, I have now this long form template. And this long form template is basically going to help me break down every single element of what are like top professional YouTubers doing to make the best pieces of content that they can make. So with AI, that's what I'm doing. And that's what I realize is going to be the most important thing. It's going to be so incredibly important. And I'm glad that I started finally doing this, because I really do think that this is what I personally need to have success on YouTube. It's not to treat it like a hobby. It's not to treat it like a place to just create just because you feel like creating, just because you feel like posting, but to actually build a brand where what you're saying is congruent with who you are, and to be able to track the metrics, to be able to track the data and see and look at what the data is telling you. If you don't know what the data is telling you, Gabe, if I don't know what the data is telling me, what's going to happen? I'm just going to keep on doing more of the same thing. And then I'm eventually going to get frustrated. And then, you want to quit. We don't want that. So what do we have to do? Treat it professionally, come in with the same mindset from trading, look at the numbers, look at the data, look at what it's telling you. A lot of people, I think, especially myself from last time around in 2018, I got so fixated on the comments. I got so fixated on, damn, now I have to do another video, because the decay curve on that piece of content was very fast. I didn't create evergreen content in a way that had a very strong shelf life. So that decay curve for the content that I was creating at that time was very short-lived. And I found that I had to create another piece of content, and then another piece of content, and then another piece of content, just to keep discoverability like high. And then I wasn't tracking these metrics. I wasn't tracking the data. I wasn't looking at this to this level that I am now. So I'm grateful that I did that. And I think that that's going to help. And that's what I learned ultimately today, how to put together the piece of content that I create along with the metrics, So now that I have that, I know, okay, this is what I'm going to need to be able to see, analyze, and assess, where am I messing up? Why is someone watching? And then where do they drop off? And then that's going to tell me, what do I need to improve upon? Done. In 2018, I managed to grow a YouTube video. The structure would be tracking your trades manually, because if you don't track your trades manually, you're not going to understand what to do. And in this brand operated for a while, but here's the one. So I've been working on a brand operating system, and in this, you're not going to have time to pick up my content and distribute it. So my impression, how I'm creating content, and I have now this template that allows me, and it helps. I'm like right here. I go to the audience retention graph. I can see already within the first 41 seconds, the drop off was exponential. It was appreciation and understanding, like, oh yes, this is what's going on. And then the output of this should be, we need to feel like creating just because you feel like posting. But a lot of people, I think, especially myself from last time around in 2018, I got so fixated on the cost level that I up. In 2018, I managed to grow a YouTube channel. In 2018, I managed to grow a YouTube channel to about 15,000 subscribers. And I had a sharp drop off after that because I eventually stopped doing YouTube for a while. But here's the one thing that I should have done, that I needed to do to improve my odds of success on YouTube so I don't burn out. And this is what I'm doing now. So I'm going to screen share this right now so you understand. So I've been working on a brand operating system, and in you're like right, responsibly. And so what I had to do was I had to start looking at how or YouTube algorithm at that time to pick up my content and distribute it. So my impressions, I get managed to grow. This is me with the Puppet Master. Managed to grow a YouTube channel to. This is me with the Puppet Master. Managed to grow a YouTube channel. In 2018, I managed to grow a YouTube channel to about 15,000. Always be tracking your trades manually, because if you don't track your trades manually, you're not going to understand what to do. I'm creating content, and I have now, just because why is someone watching and then where do they drop off? And then that's going to tell me watching, and then where do they drop off? And then that's going to tell me what do I need to improve upon. Done. Done. All right, so now I uploaded it. And that's going to be it for today. Done. Oh, I didn't do the recap report. The save point. Got to hit that save point. Okay, this wraps up today's deep work session. So what I need you to do for me is answer the prompt in the what shipped property, and you're going to map the responses to each number list in the other text properties. Period. Today we worked on the metrics database, which was actually surprisingly very important to get a look at what is going to be necessary for when we create templates, where the breakdown in content is, because it doesn't make sense to make a whole bunch of content in bulk and then try to figure out the metrics. It makes sense to just create one piece of content at a time, track the metrics, and then decide from there where's the breakdown in the structure. Period. So that's what we worked on today. Okay, so that's done. And that's going to be published. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Right. And that's the thing too. That's the cool thing about this is because now that I see it from this place, it's like even less attached. I'm even less attached to this because I know, like from trading, you can't get emotionally attached to a trade. You can't get emotionally attached to a piece of content. Just fucking put it out there. That's it. Just put it out there. Now, and I can even have ChatGPT create meta description, all that stuff later on. That doesn't matter. Just put it out there. That's the thing that I gotta do. That is the thing that I have to do, that I have not been doing, that I must. So that got done. And now, see, and that's months. That's months where I could have just done that. And, that would have been that. But I didn't do it. I did not do it. All right. Here we go. Let's finish off. Let's finish off here. Right. Save point is done. Cool. Okay, that's a template. Right, we're gonna have to look at that template and see that later on. So let's leave that here. Let's lock this up for now and just make a note. The next resume step is there you go. Done. So that's good to go now. So we got that. Section D is good. Yep. All right. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like less for me now at this stage and more just like for the AI platform to YouTube. And that can be deleted. That's freestyle, yep. Okay, so there's two different ones now here. All right. That's definitely going to have to be it for today.